908 They're in classic or modern cinema. The story of a 6'10" left-hander who has locked up his spot in Cooperstown while traveling many a winding road. He reached 4K, raised to hardware, and then took a large detour to the Big Apple. Great idea, but not for this leading man. So homeward he journeyed, tried to stay healthy, and all the while continued to defy age and grab hold of the golden rings. Yet, it turned out that this foreshadowing of events would come to fruition. City by the Bay, and suddenly the hero has become a villain. But he earned a big black hat with his domination. One blow deliver did not deter. Tonight, the new kid with the lightning arm hopes to turn the script into one with a happy ending. Baseball terms, Randy goes for 297. Max goes for number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, start the show.
Folks, can you sense there's a lot to talk about tonight? Randy Johnson is back, 118 victories in red and purple, and of course 4 Cy Young Awards back at the ballpark. Fox Sports Arizona. The Giants going head-to-head with the Diamondbacks in another spectacular and fun to cover pitching matchup tonight. Hello there once again, everybody. Welcome back to the ballpark. He is Mark Grace. My name is Darren Sutton. We trust you're enjoying your weekend to this point. Well, here we go again. Another great pitching matchup. Randy Johnson, a core member of these Diamondbacks during the championship runs and years to follow. And Max Scherzer hopes to be that guy for the next decade. Here we go again.
Yeah, here we go again. And it's a Diamondback offense that scored 3 runs in 4 games against this San Francisco pitching staff. That's going to have to change if they're going to do anything in the West. And you know what? Under the radar, the Diamondback pitching staff has done awfully well against these Giants as well. So another great matchup. Out with Randy Johnson, in with Max Scherzer. He's taking over number 51 spot in the rotation. And I think Max Scherzer is due his first big league win. 10 starts, no wins.
All right, let's see what occurs going back to Randy's outing this past Sunday against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Mark Grace, first time he's ever faced these guys, 7 innings, just 1 hit.
Yeah, just 1 hit. He was dominating. He had his location. He was getting, see how he's getting that ball to the inside part of the plate there, Darren? That's how he has to pitch. The blazing fastball in, and that makes that slider even that much more devastating. If he can get that ball inside, he's going to be great again. If he doesn't and leaves it out over, that's when we see him get hit hard.
Before we go to break, Felipe Lopez told me before the game today he always looks away the last few years with Randy Johnson. He said exactly what Mark said. He busted me in, then threw a slider further in. That, he said, was the difference in his last outing. When we come back, we'll hear from Brandon Webb. Of course, Webb stepping down now for up to 6 weeks. I mean, battling the injury, battling the shoulder. He spoke about it today. Big Mac, Mark McClune has more.
Baseball brought to you by APS, the official power partner of the Diamondbacks, and by Southwest Airlines. Low fares, no hidden fees.
And welcome back to the ballpark. Mark McClune with you in the Diamond Club, getting set for Game 2 of the series between the San Francisco Giants and the Arizona Diamondbacks. So the news of the day for the Diamondbacks is not good. We told you last night that Brandon Webb suffered stiffness in his right shoulder, his pitching shoulder yesterday, and couldn't make it through a regular catch session. We got an update on Webb's prognosis today, and it's not good. It looks like he's going to miss up to about 6 weeks. 6 weeks without Brandon Webb in the rotation, and Webb is certainly disappointed.
You know, obviously not real happy, not what we wanted to hear. You know, we're basically just kind of what Mel was saying last night. We're going with, 3 weeks totally off of not throwing. And basically that comes from, Dr. Lee was like, it's a 3 to 6 week deal whenever you strain your shoulder. We went on the 3 week side of it first. So, now we're going to go with the 6 week side of it, and not going to do anything for a week arm wise. Take even strengthen and all that. We're just going to just let it rest, and then after a week really hit it hard again.
Without Webb, the Diamondbacks pitchers have to pick it up. Max Scherzer looking for career win number 1. Randy Johnson looking for career win number 297. It's next on Fox Sports Arizona.
Mad Max went for 5, gave up just 1 run. With that in mind, let's take a look at the veteran manager's starting lineup. You can see what he has done in his 3rd season in San Francisco. Fred Lewis, white hot to start the year. Edgar Renteria, Randy Wynn, Benji Molina, Aaron Rowan, Pablo Sandoval, Travis Ishikawa, Emmanuel Burris, and Randy Johnson. Maxwell Scherzer, 24-year-old right-hander, St. Louis, Missouri native, goes to work with a fastball 93. We're underway. It's strike 1. Well, so far so good, Mark Grace. At least good enough to keep his team in each game.
So far, very good.
A little bit of dive there, 94.
He's been on the wrong side of lack of run support, like a lot of Diamondback starters.
Well, there is a who's who on that list. Funny you should mention it. Good fastball, 1 and 2.
94 right by Fred Lewis. Who is that who's who, Darren?
Well, Dan Herron's number 2, 1.04 runs per game. Doug Davis, number 4, 1.67 runs per game. Scherzer, number 7, 1.8 runs per game. The Diamondbacks have 3 in the top 10 in the National League on the no-run support list.
Yikes.
A lot of times that sums it up just fine, my friend. Let's hope that it changes. It changes tonight as the fastball is high. 2-2 the count to Fred Lewis. He finally got a couple of scratches, and that was plenty for him in his last outing. Well, he's been fun to watch this year, Dan Herron. Each and every outing dominating. 2-2, fastball right by him, 1 out.
There's just no nonsense gas right there. Yeah, you got that right, folks. Right down the middle, belt high, and right by Fred Lewis.
Defensively, Burns, Young, Upton, Reynolds, Ojeda, Lopez, and Clark. We'll explain that in a moment. Chris Snyder works behind home plate. Stephen Drew, the hamstring bothering him a bit again, and so he is off. And Connor Jackson has not gotten any better from yesterday. It was on the off day, a little bit of dental work done, and just things haven't settled well with him. He was really quoozy again today, so unable to work out at all before the game. 0-1 the count to Edgar Renteria. But when his changeup is right, and that was one right there, it looks almost like a split-fingered fastball.
Oh, he'll get some swings on it too, especially with 2 strikes. When you get an opponent in swing mode, you will get that chased.
Edgar Renteria, sorry, partner.
No, that's okay. I'd like to see Max. Yeah, strikeouts are sexy and strikeouts are fun, Darren, but I'd like to see some 1 and 2 pitch outs for him as well and keep that pitch count down. Well, that's a thing of beauty there. Knee-high outside corner.
At 96 miles an hour. When he's right, he can stay at the knees. He gets a little bit of downward dive, just a little bit, to get some ground ball outs. Outside, 3-2 the count from Max. If you want to know if a pitcher's a great pitcher, or at least has the potential to be one, high strikeout totals, high ground ball totals. Put the two together, you've got yourself an ace in the making. Outside, walks, not as good. So he walks Edgar Renteria. Tonight, we focus on Randy Winn. Now, we talked about Benji Molina against Doug Davis last night. But one reason Randy Winn is picked is not his history against Max Scherzer, Gracie, but his history overall against the Diamondbacks. .321 in his career. And Randy Winn just 2 at-bats, 0 for 2 against Max.
He's been a certain pain in the proverbial neck of this Diamondback team and Diamondbacks past teams.
Switch hitter batting left-handed. Reynolds almost on the grass at third.
I just remember having to hold him on a lot.
Fastball. Absolutely fouls that one back, 93 miles an hour. Close to right down the middle there.
Nothing wrong with that. When you're throwing as hard and you got the late life. We saw it with Tim Lincecum last night, Darren. You can get away with down the middle when you've got that late life that you talked about that Lincecum possesses. And Max.
Both were picked right together in the draft in the first round in 06. And here they are pitching back-to-back nights, that late life. And again, that's just an extra jump about 20 feet away. Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's almost like when the ball gets halfway there, something gives it that extra push. Something kicks it in the fanny, and it just gets by you.
Well, another classic Lincecum outing last night. There's the changeup diving down and away, so the count 1-1. So fastball and then changeup to win.
And they're both young, and as you said, picked right together. At this point, obviously, Lincecum a little more polished and a little more arm strength. Scherzer still on the pitch count, still trying to nurse his way through these outings. Beautiful fastball there.
That fastball in and an awkward swing.
And that's when you know a guy's throwing hard, when you get swings like that, Darren. Swings like that means you're having to cheat to get to the ball. And then you've cheated and you can't stop, even though you see it's out of the strike zone. You've already committed.
The 1-2. That one dives down. Sink on a fastball away. And so the count 2-2 to Randy Winn. He's owned Arizona except for this year. 2 for 14. He struck out 3 times, so they're at least starting to have a bit of a breakthrough. Not a lot. Reynolds back at third with 2 strikes. Outfield plays him the other way. And a fastball in. There's that cheating you talk about. I mean, that pitch, if he doesn't swing at it, it hits him in the kneecap.
And this is another thing we've talked about, Darren, about pitch count. Already 17 pitches into this inning, and we're only on batter number 3. That's what I'm talking about. I like to see something quick happen. You don't want 2 and 2 and 3 and 2 on every batter, especially when you're on a pitch count and you're being monitored.
2-2, dives away. That's the changeup again. Out. 3 and 2. And of course, as we called him yesterday, the least known best clutch hitter in baseball, Benji Molina, waits on deck. Keep an eye on the runner. Runner goes, pitch, ground ball in the hole. Covering was Augie Ojeda. Don't think it would have mattered. Either way for Randy Wynn, a great at bat and really beautiful on the hit and run.
Well, and that's the thing. Max had it to a 1-2 count. He fiddled around and he fooled around, got it to 3 and 2. Now the runner goes. Now instead of a double play ball, because the runner's running on a 3-2 count, Augie has to vacate. Now instead of a double play, it's 1st and 3rd and 1 out. That's all things that Max will have to learn. That you don't have to strike everybody out. A ground ball early in the count's not bad either.
Well, and again, we've talked that he has the stuff. The life on the fastball, good, but it can also be downward life. And get the ground ball. Looking for a ground ball from Molina, and nothing doing here. Molina this year, .333 with runners in scoring position in his career, just a couple of clicks below 300. Not a big double, a clutch double late in the ball game to play the pair. Really was the final blow from Benji Molina. Had him out front. And it's popped up to the right side. That's the slider, and Molina prides himself in at least getting into the outfield, unable to do it.
Well, you wanted an early out. You got one on the first pitch. A first pitch slider, as you said, Darren. That's the first slider of the game. Max broke it out at a good time. You see, like you said, you get Molina out in front, right off the end of the bat, and straight up it goes. Huge out.
So 2 outs for Aaron Rowand. Couple of home runs, 7 RBIs with an on base of .333 to start the year.
And you can't relax if you're Max Scherzer. You got to go just as hard on Rowand as you did Molina. Boy, that wasn't relaxed. That was gas.
There again is the example of what Stephen Drew was talking about with Tim Lincecum, what you're talking about. That's that late life.
Ran right up in on the chest area of Aaron Rowand. He had no chance.
Rowand did not play in the ball game against Max Scherzer. His first opportunity to face him in a regular season game.
Boy, he stays right there. Aaron Rowand's in for a long day. That's back-to-back fastballs up around the letters on the inside corner. And Rowand's showing right now that he can't lay off of it. Crowd's starting to get behind Max. They want to see strike 3. They'd love to see him pitch out of this jam and get some momentum, some much-needed momentum into those Diamondback bats.
0-2 the count to Rowand. Fastball right by him. 3 pitches. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night, Mr. Rowand. Randy Johnson getting ready to go to work. It's not on the positive, not on the negative. He's just punching a clock and going to work.
Well, that brought the house down to it. Oh, boy.
This is what he has done thus far this year. The Diamondbacks are frustrated because they see the overall earned run average. He gave up 4 to Milwaukee in his first outing. He gave up 7 to the Dodgers in his next, and nothing, including 1 hit to Arizona in his third start. Let's take a look at the starting lineup that he will face. Randy Johnson. Felipe Lopez at the top. Brought to you by Southwest Airlines, by the way. Augie Ojeda, Mark Reynolds, Tony Clark, Eric Burns, Chris Young, Justin Upton, Chris Snyder, and Max Scherzer. We will, on this side of the diamond, keep an eye on the matchup between this man, Felipe Lopez, and Randy Johnson.
Augie Ojeda, the only guy that solved Randy Johnson up in San Francisco. Is that correct, Darren?
That is correct. The lone tally, the lone base hit, as the first pitch is high to Lopez.
And you have to try to make a 46-year-old work. You have to make him earn it out there, make him throw some pitches.
He took a fastball away and hit a bullet right to Travis Ishikawa.
I'll tell you what, Felipe Lopez has hit a lot of balls hard here the last couple of nights and had absolutely zero to show for it. And just a rope, and he knows before he even leaves. Golly.
Ojeda tries to bunt, fouls it off. A couple of bunt attempts to make the 45-year-old move in San Francisco really weren't well placed. One right out in front of Molina. He was able to make the play. One right up the third base line. Randy did stumble on playing a ground ball to the right side of the mound. But the team really had a plan to bunt a lot and weren't able to execute.
Well, it's not a bad idea to bunt. You got to get a strike. That ball was up and away.
Well, Augie has helped quite a bit as that pitch is high. 1-1 the count in the absence of Stephen Drew, and now we're talking about upwards of close to a half dozen games that Stephen has been unable to go with the hamstring, and Augie, all he's done is hit .391. Looked like an off speed, maybe a split finger high.
Attempted split, yeah.
2-1 the count to Randy Johnson. Augie 6 for his last 17. On base this year of 400. Topper and a foul ball. Slider. The count is 2-2. Well, I got to get that feeling 100%. Right now, the only one that's allowed to be on the disabled list is Brandon Webb because Tom Gordon's about to come off. Just terrible news over the last little while for Brandon Webb. That is not terrible news at all. There's that man again. Well, it took him nearly 3/4 of the way through the ball game for him to get that first hit, and it was Augie that did it against Randy, and here he goes again.
I say it so many times, Darren, but he makes me say it, and that is every time his name's called, he finds somehow, some way to help you win a ball game, whether it be a base hit like that, or whether it be a terrific defensive play, a smart base running play. He never does anything to hurt the ball club, only helps.
Remember, in the 7th inning to lead things off, he broke up a no-hitter that Randy was throwing. And the lone hit that Randy allowed, Randy would complete that inning. And a slider in. This, of course, is the last outing. And there's the lone hit surrendered by Randy Johnson, left after 73 pitches. Last year, Randy Johnson, 21 stolen bases against, 3 thrown out. Reynolds, high fly, deep left to the warning track, to the wall. Foul ball, just foul. Well, so far, not coming in too much, Mark Grace.
Well, he tried to come in. It did get on the label there of Mark Reynolds, but I think it had home run distance, certainly, but about 5 feet foul.
Looking for extra base hits. Whoever is in that 3 hole, just 4 extra base hits out of the 3 slot in the Diamondbacks lineup this season.
And when Randy gets his fastball squared up like that, you usually see sliders right after that. Let's see if he goes to it.
Well, and that was the conversation amongst the guys. Won't mention names, but his foes were talking about the fact that even a fastball in that's squared up, he won't come in much anymore after that either. So sliders and pitches more away at that point. Count is 0-2. Got it. Down and in with a fastball. He came right back in.
And you just get your Mark Reynolds and the rest of these guys, you got to make sure they're strikes. And that's the fastball in the middle of the plate. And you can see that pitch on the back foot, a fastball about 6 inches inside and down.
So Tony Clark gets a look. We told you about Connor Jackson. Tony in his last 9 games is hitless in 14 at bats.
Well, if you're Augie Ojeda, you got to give it a try, don't you?
Yes. I mean, now they're at the point where Ishikawa's playing off the bag. Tony trying to get going. And remember, homered from both sides of the plate on opening day.
That's a monster lead.
Inviting him to take off to scoring position and off the bag, so you're not going to pick anybody off. You may keep him close. Clark has seen Randy, of course, had a couple of at-bats in the game last week. 4 for 11 overall in his career, 364 with a home run and 6 strikeouts. A slider fouled off, 1-1 the count. This is becoming harder and harder to figure out, but those numbers are accurate. You can go down the list and start pointing guys out, and guys that predominantly throughout their career have hit lefties very well just aren't right now. Eric Burns a good example.
When you go through this Diamondback lineup from Tony Clark on down, every batter hitting under 200. Ooh, boy, he got a good slider to hit there and came up empty.
1-2 the count, 2 outs.
And that's part of hitting. That's what we talked about last night, Darren. When you get that mistake at this level, you don't get a whole lot of mistakes like that from the great ones, the Hall of Famers, like Randy Johnson and Tim Lincecum last night. When you do get that mistake, you cannot let that pitcher get away with it. That's the one you got to bang somewhere and hurt him. That's what hitting is. You don't make your living hitting the balls on the corners at the knees. You make your living on the middle of the plate.
He missed by quite a bit. He was trying to come inside there and fired it away, though. Reached 93 miles an hour, 2-2 the count. Strikeout of Reynolds for Randy, 4,809 in his career. Of course, Nolan number 1 at 57-14. Clemens over 4,000 and Steve Carlton as well, and that's it in the 4,000 club. In, little tap dance from Tony. 3-2. Now he will be going.
Well, now Augie's finally going to be on the move.
And then Bert Blyleven.
Please put Bert in the Hall of Fame. Just where he belongs.
Scratching your head every single time. All right, Augie will take off. 3-2 pitch to Tony Clark. Outside, ball 4. Randy asking home plate umpire Jerry Crawford, where was it? Was it away? Crawford letting him know. Our key to the game brought to you by Arrowhead, Brown & Brown, and Superstition Spring Chevy dealers. Or Grace, I'll let you take it.
Well, running game, and that is what we've been talking about. Wondering, the way you beat Randy is to run on him, and that includes hit and run, stolen bases, bunts. Keep him in the stretch. If you keep Randy in the stretch, give him something to think about besides hitters, that's when Randy can get frustrated. And he can lose his concentration out there and make that big mistake to a right-handed hitter, somebody like an Eric Burns that can do some damage with a mistake. But if you don't put any pressure on Randy, he'll just become a runaway locomotive.
Over the top of that one, Eric Burns, and the count is 1-1. You're right, the momentum and gaining the steam and the edge that he needs emotionally, I think.
Absolutely, and especially Randy. If you hurt him early in the game, if you put a couple in the first inning and then maybe do some damage and get some Randy will get frustrated and Randy will get fed up.
Eric singled and doubled last night against Lincecum. Nearly homered, hit off the yellow line. Beautiful slider, 1-2. Couple of runners out there. Augie Ojeda singled. Tony Clark walked. And that's a well-worked hat right there. It's like a summer league hat.
Diamondbacks happy to be missing him for a while.
Popped foul. Does he look like a lead singer of an alt rock band or what? I mean, he looks young, like he needs to have a guitar strumming it. Either that or Edward from Twilight.
Yeah, he looks like he could be. Well, he's from Seattle, that grunge look, the grunge area. I'll tell you what, that fastball and changeup are grungy to opposing hitters. I'm sure he's jammed with Ed Vedder a few times.
The 1-2. Popped up and into the seats it goes. Eric was talking before the game today about the couple of hits last night. He's saying finally, and I hope I can keep it this way, I'm not diving so much. My entire body's not moving. My head isn't moving. I'm trying to get my foot down. Be ready to hit. He said, I battle that as bad as anyone. I worry about me. I don't worry as much about the opposing pitcher where I'm at right now. The 1-2. Got the foot down, but he popped it up. A sweep and a sweeping slider. Sandoval slaps that leg a couple of times, and he makes the play for the out. 45 years young.
And if they fail 10 straight times, I'm going to try and get them to believe that that 11th one is going to be the magic moment.
I think well said. Bench coach Kirk Gibson about accountability and his role, and he must be accountable, but he'll be right there with you if you are. 1-1 the count. Kirk was talking today, gathering up in Friday's Front Row Sports Grill with some diehard fans about how much he failed early in his career.
Well, you're going to fail at this game. Even in your heyday, you're going to fail. But it's handling the failure, Darren. That's what it takes. Are you a guy that gets your dauber down when things don't go well, or are you a guy that gets upset and maybe that and takes it as a challenge? You know, your character as a man is judged in bad times, not good times. when things are going great, Dan, when you're red hot, we're all good guys when things are going great, aren't we? But can you be that same good guy when you're 0 for your last 20 or when you got one in your kitchen like that? That's the question.
Max Scherzer coming into the kitchen, as you talked about. Sandoval not able to get extended, so a 3-1 ground out in the book.
First baseman number 10.
Just a fastball in on the hands of Sandoval. Easy play. Clark to Scherzer. Yeah, but can you be that good guy when things aren't going so well? Mm-hmm. That's when your character's judged.
I think for a team like Arizona with younger players, and Gibson I'm sure went through it as well, as Ishikawa fouls it off. He was a young superstar as well. He was saying today that he questioned himself through his struggles early on. Should I have just gone and played football? I mean, are you kidding me? An All-American at Michigan State, an All-American tight end, but just kept going with it. Good changeup, 0-2 the count. How do you think Kirk Gibson responded to his failures?
I think he used it as motivation. And whatever it is that motivates you, Darren, find out what it is. You know, certain people are motivated by fame. Certain people are motivated by money. Certain people are motivated by whatever it is. Maybe you want to look good for your wife or your family. Maybe your family motivates you, or your wife or your girlfriend, whatever it is. Find out what it is that motivates you and use it.
Yeah.
And use it. Because not everybody's motivated by the same thing. Find out what it is.
The 1-2 sails up and out of the zone.
And then never be denied. And that's whatever it was that Kirk Gibson was motivated by. Some people are motivated by their failure.
Oh, he was.
And
the doubt that went along with it.
My motivation was the competition.
Change up, driven, deep right field. Upton, there, he's got room. Just enough. Ishikawa's bat speeded up there on that change up.
Second baseman number 7.
Just off the end of the bat. Yeah, I was fortunate enough to compete against the greatest players in the world every single day. That was my motivation.
Justin Upton bobblehead night as the young man makes the play. Emmanuel Burks. Slider stays high and away. 1-0 the count. Turn her loose, young man. This is an 8-hole hitter hitting $1.50.
It's very well said, Darren.
Just
Something
like
that.
That's
Is that what you're talking about?
Right.
I'll tell you what. Does he have a little earpiece? Did he hear you?
He's in big trouble if he listens to anything we say. He's all right, not me. Another fastball again, nowhere near.
Yeah, just right past him. Right down the middle and right past him.
I think the other thing, quickly, just to put a bow on it, because hopefully Max ends it, is I think sometimes for a young player it's challenging when you're beaten down to have that confidence, that energy, that swagger, that competitiveness. Slaps it the other way on a changeup. And in time for the out. See if they'll show a bit of that against their old teammate right around the corner. flip-flop says. Let's see what's going on at the pool with our Ride Now Power Sports Pool Cam. Now, you bet. You know who we're talking about. The fans spoke yesterday. And that's actually what's going on out there. Good stuff. Great spot. Glad to see folks having a good time. I expect one or two flops out there from a big person. Now, we love the kids getting in there. And an old person like me. Risk to their life.
Yeah, we need some bellies like ours out there doing
exactly
the belly
right.
flops, Darren.
Jay up, number 10, hit a homer. Well done, young man. I don't know if I've told you folks this year. I don't think I have since I got the job here, actually.
What's that?
We need more signs at the ballpark.
You know what? I'm glad you finally said that, Darren. I've been meaning to hear that from you. I haven't heard that really at all since in the last couple of years.
Well, it's just important as that one spiked in there. 1-0 the count to Chris Young. CY and Justin Upton and Kirk Gibson. I'm sure we can't get a shot because he's down on the bench, but they're all wearing what Gracie likes to call the hitting boots, pants up high. Showing a lot of sock. As that one is low.
That was a split finger there, and he missed with it. 2-0.
See, I look for Gibby, the old-fashioned
I love it.
there.
I like it.
The youngsters, they just wear black tube socks.
Yeah, the long knee socks.
2-1 to Chris Young. Well, this is a tough run. You talk about this part of the lineup. Burns at 189, Young at 197, and Upton at 184. Got to get these outfielders going as that one is low. 3-1 the count.
And then if you can get some speed on the base paths against Randy Johnson, you're ahead of the game. Give him something to think about, make him throw over a little bit, and get that running game going, and sure as the world, you get some speed to lead off the inning.
And now into the watchful eye of Lorenzo Bundy with not the hitting boots, but the longer pants. Chris Young heads on his way down. Now let's take a look at this. This is clearly, as you said, a time to go. Bobblehead night for Justin Upton. And a great crowd on hand taking home a souvenir.
Great crowd today.
Yeah, very good. A lot of red out there, too.
You know what? Should we start a little tradition, though? Maybe Saturday black with the fans? What do you think?
It's one of the colors for the Diamondbacks, my friends. I'm all for it.
I think it would be big league.
The team does it.
I think we got to do it.
Wear black. Trying to bunt, but bunting it foul.
Once again, you got to make sure you get a strike. Bunting's just like hitting. Bunt the strikes and take the balls. I like the idea. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I know they're not nervous, Gracie, but they have been stumbling a lot, getting in their own way against Randy. At some point, maybe trying too hard.
I think in the pregame offensive meetings, they say, yeah, let's use the bunt, because obviously Randy doesn't move around too well on the mound. And they saw last year, especially, a lot of teams were successful bunting on Randy, making him move.
Now you see the struggles for the outfielders all hitting in succession in the order.
It may be time for me to give Chris Young the steal sign.
I tell you what.
I haven't given the steal sign all year. It might be time. What do you think?
Oh, my friend.
Think it's time to give the steal sign?
Chip's flashing his sign.
Okay. Let's hope. Well, we'll give the rest of this batter. See if Chip gives him the steal sign. Otherwise, I'm going to have to do it.
I'm thinking. Not only that, I'm thinking he has the green light. A slider, a high strike, 1-2 the count.
Here, I got to take off my headset.
Scoreless ball game. You notice how I don't speak over nonverbal communication.
That was the steal sign. Okay, here he goes. Let's see if he got it. Chris. Okay, see.
Good enough.
See?
Good enough.
We'll take that.
Good enough. You better run.
Yeah, the running game. There it is. See, Randy knew I was giving the steal sign up here. That was the thing.
That's your old teammate down there, my friend. You were standing up. Maybe you got in his head. He stands about as tall as our booth. I mean, he was looking right into your eyes.
Did that go as a wild pitch or a pass ball? It looked like a pretty
wild pitch. It looked catchable.
Handleable pitch, I guess, for lack of a better word. But it goes as a wild pitch.
I don't know if there is a better word.
Well, thank you. I am a wordsmith up here.
2-2 the count. Low, 3-2. And we told you last year, Randy, 21 stolen bases against 3 thrown out, 12%. League average for a pitcher was 27% thrown out. Justin swings, over swings, better said, to that pitch.
Swung way too hard and got it thrown by him. And that's a slider thrown by him. Just up around the belt. You see the bat still wrapped. That's a long way for that bat to have to travel. And when you swing that hard, it makes it a little more difficult.
And now Dave Righetti, the pitching coach.
Probably thinking, do you want to put Snyder on here, the number 8 hole hitter, and pitch to Max Scherzer, or do you want to take your chances? And this is one thing in Randy's heyday when I was playing with him. These conversations never happened because Randy never had to pitch around somebody to get to the pitcher. No, I'm going to strike out this guy and then strike out the pitcher. Like those trips to the mound never happened in 01, 02 when I was playing, or the years before me.
I can imagine. But in start number 590 in his career, it happens a little bit more. Chris Snyder. Over the outside corner, 0-1 the count to Snyder. Randy spending time pitching to both Snyder and Montero during his time here. Numbers quite a bit better pitching to Chris Snyder.
You can take third if you're Chris Young.
Line drive left field. Did he catch it? He did. That's a double play. Lewis took it right off the turf. Snyder squared it up. And he is erased. Forget any time the D-backs score 6 runs or more, Taco Bell is giving away 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the following day. Randy Again, a mixed response. Nothing that really moves the meter much. 0-1 the count. I think you would
about the same reception
Yeah.
as maybe Darren Sutton poster day.
Isn't that amazing? That was a great poster, though.
That was. I still have it. My sons actually have it up. It's the growth chart with you holding the carton of milk.
The interesting thing about it was the growth width chart out.
That's not true.
The 0-2. That'll do it. Randy Johnson goes down on strikes. Yeah, I guess you would think, Mark Grace, and not to beat this subject up, but it's worth talking about, that there would just be the needle moving on both directions. More people making more positive noise and also negative noise if you're angry with him that he left, but it wasn't really anything.
Yeah, it was almost, oh, that's Randy. That kind of thing. But I think the man upstairs every day for him. I wouldn't have that ring without him.
People change, relationships change, players change uniforms. Change up, and it misses away. 2-0 the count to Fred Lewis. Lewis struck out back in the first inning. He is 6 for 15 against the Diamondbacks this year. Oh my, broken bat. When are they going to get rid of those maple bats?
Please,
that's just ridiculous.
Please, we just almost lost one of the brightest young stars in the game, Max Scherzer, because one of these stinking maple bats that shatter like that. Look out, Max. My goodness.
How about that sticking in his calf? How'd that go over?
Or worse, his chest or his heart.
Here's Edgar Renteria. That one dives down and in. 1-0 the count.
Fortunately, everybody's happy and healthy, but just another reason to get rid of them, man. They're just too dangerous to fans, to opposing players.
One and one the count. And thus far, a lot of talk, not a lot of action.
Zero action. Unfortunately, like every walk of life, Darren Sutton, money talks.
It'll just take one time.
Yeah.
And I guess that's what it's going to have to take. The 2-1. That one a baseball. Fabulous play using the dirt. He got it. My, oh my, Felipe Lopez. Longest time and waited for Randy. It was very deliberate.
I think he was waiting for us to come back from our break.
Was he?
I think he was
Very
keeping Randy from throwing. Jerry's been around a long time. One of my all-time favorites, Jerry Crawford, the home plate
Good
umpire.
man.
One of the best. I am a big fan of him. His brother Joe, an NBA referee. And his father Shag's a longtime umpire as well. So officiating is in their blood. And they are very good at it.
Well, when they all get together for Thanksgiving and somebody has one too many sips of eggnog and the passion raises, the disagreement happens, Jerry fixes it right away.
Well, he does.
I mean, he just makes it all just fine. High fly ball, deep left center field, toward the wall. It will roll to the wall. Max Scherzer racing on around. It's a leadoff double. And for Max, that's his first big league base hit.
Off the first ballot Hall of Famer, Randy Johnson, a slider, and Max whacks it. Bang! And now he's off to the races. Showing some speed. And look at Heron and Webb. Boy.
He wanted to go to third, by the way. And he picked up Chip Hale and said, whoa, whoa, whoa.
And
hold on now.
And Chip Hale was 100% right. You just stay there, young man. Let's hope the rest of the fellas can get you across the platter.
Looking for a base hit or better said, a productive out as that one misses high and away. D-backs have had 61 productive out chances. Only 13 times have they come up with a productive out. The lowest in the league, 21%.
Well, there's a reason runs have been at a premium.
Topper on a slider down and in. 1-1 the count. 6 weeks. Boy, I hope it doesn't take 6 weeks to get that man back.
Yeah, no kidding. But that's kind of been the Diamondbacks' MO this year. They have trouble scoring one run at a time. When they hit the ball out of the ballpark and they're scoring 2 and 3 runs at a time, then yeah. But that hasn't happened very often this year. But when those leadoff doubles where you've come up empty so many times this year, Darren, that's where it just frustrates and infuriates a manager, a coaching staff, and fans.
Teams to start to lean on the home run. Too much. Stumble. Slider. Ground ball. Randy has Scherzer hung up. Now we were chasing a bit. Fire the ball. Max trying to head to third. Did they get it? They did. But Lopez all the way around. Hustling all the way around. And that's because of Max Scherzer.
What an amazing job by Max Scherzer staying in the rundown and Lopez getting to second. That is a very athletic play by that young man. Yeah, fans are giving it to him. I don't blame you, fans. Stayed in the rundown long enough to get that extra throw. There's the out. Lopez into second. Great stuff there by Max Scherzer. And how about Randy fielding the box? That's another base hit stolen from Felipe Lopez.
And Felipe, boy, you talk about productive, non-productive outs, and I tell you what, you can't. That's what they were talking about you, Gracie. Matt Williams before the game, that's a screen ball in batting practice. He hit it right where you're supposed to, right in the middle of the dime.
Yeah, Randy just stuck that big old paw down and snared it. Boy, what a great job by Max Scherzer. Get him some oxygen. He's been running around out there. Boy can get tired that way.
Boy, you pitchers that can help yourselves any way, shape, or form.
And you give Augie a chance. He's been your hottest hitter.
Well, he did single in the first inning. He was stranded at second base. One and 0 the count. Outside. Funky dive. That must have been a two-seam fastball, 2-0.
You can see Benji Molina sits, and that's where Randy is always wants his catcher, way in there on the inside corner, maybe even more than inside. And when you miss out over, it's almost like the catcher has to make a diving catch almost to get it because he's sitting so far in.
Splitter never got there. 3-0 the count.
This almost looks like a pitch around, Darren. Augie squared him up a couple of times, got the only base hit off of him in San Francisco, and then got him over the shortstop's head in the first.
He'll do that on occasion, won't he?
Yeah.
Especially the last couple of years. Perfect pitch over the outside, 3-1.
He's no dummy. He knows who may or may not have his number. Augie Ojeda got a base hit his first time up. He struck out Mark Reynolds, so he's thinking, well, I might take my chances with the big slugger with the puncher's chance. Got him to chase ball 4.
3-2 the count. Mark Reynolds waits on deck and waits for an opportunity to swing it against the big fella. Randy had 296 victories. There's a runner in scoring position. In on the hands, it's a foul ball.
And see, he's pitching around him, but he's getting swings because he's got the ability to make balls look like strikes with those sliders and the high fastballs.
Our Firestone leaderboard, as you can see, easing on down. 25th in the history of the game. Tommy John, boy, that's always a great reminder. 288. Inside, ball 4. Couple on for Mark Reynolds.
Well, Augie just continues to shine here in April.
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
He's just been terrific.
Mark struck out back in the first inning. 4 home runs, 9 RBIs, 6 home runs in his career against the Giants. Struck out on a fastball down and in, way in. A slider, and the count is 0-1. Again, that last outing, Randy, 7 innings, 1 hit, no runs, 7 strikeouts, and a 2-0 win. Hard line drive, unbelievable. I mean, he squared it right up. Sandoval is there.
There has been some tough luck for these Diamondback hitters. That's the last thing you need when you're struggling offensively. When you do smash them, they're at somebody. There it is, a bullet. Sprawling save there by Sandoval. Good heads-up base running by Lopez to get back and give big Tony Clark an opportunity.
Speaking of what you're talking about, there's Reynolds, there's Chris Snyder lining out to left and the second. There's Felipe Lopez lining to first to start the first. 3 really well-struck balls that could have been or should have been hits.
That's that, well, world-famous Randy Johnson fastball right to the inside corner. A lot of boys have seen that one.
249 career home runs for Tony Clark as he lifts that one into the seats.
Got him a fastball in the middle of the plate, but he was tardy.
His 249 career home runs have him 11th all time in long balls for switch hitters. Eric Burns waits on deck. I love watching Benji go up and get a ball like that. He's got a very unique manner, doesn't he? Kind of contorts and twists.
Well, yeah, and you saw it with Chris Snyder last year as well, or Miguel Montero sitting so far inside, then the ball goes up and away. It's hard to get out there. When a pitcher misses a spot by a couple, 3 feet, And it's coming that quick.
In. And a tap dance for Tony. Walked back in the first inning. 2-2 the count. Randy 56 pitches as he works here in the third. So you have 6 feet 7 inches tall and 6 feet 10 inches tall.
A lot of manhood out there.
The 2-2. Outside. That's what you're talking about again.
He's going 0-2 to 3-2. Now the runners will get a running start. And a base hit's going to score 1. Anything in a gap or down a line is going to score a couple.
Lopez off to the races. Ojeda right behind him. Randy on 3-2 with the runners going. It's a topper and it's a foul ball.
We got Big Tony to chase ball 4 up around the letters.
Giants have a single hit. The Diamondbacks have a pair. Randy very deliberate as he works here. Runners go, the 3-2. That's ball 4. They're loaded.
Another real good at bat by Big Tony Clark.
If Arizona has battled anything this season, it's a bit of an overswing, an uppercut, and a pop-up in the infield area. That's what Eric did back in the first inning. He squared up a couple of baseballs last night. Boy, a big chance now with the sacks juiced.
Eric Burns popped up to the third baseman his first at bat. Let's see if he can get on top of the baseball.
Outside. A Diamondback from 99 to 04 and then 07 and 08. 4 straight Cy Young awards for Randy, 99 to 02. And the top 5 numerous other times. Hard ground ball to right to second base. The Diamondbacks leave him low. Tracy, that's how he attacked him in the first at bat as he gets ready again.
Now you just see a little bit of everything. And then on the 3-2 pitch, that's all it takes. Just a nice quick swing with the shortstop covering on a base runner. That was pretty.
Wynn singled in the first inning on that pitch away on a hit and run. Reynolds eases under the grass at third, and a breaking ball, a good looking one for a strike. 0-1. We told you the infield maybe a step or two to pull the outfield the other way. Chris Young going to the opposite field as that slider is in. Hope you folks were safe today, wherever you were headed, as the world stopped today. I just hope you folks were safe.
I felt it.
It was, well.
I felt it stop. I felt the sun stay right where it was for about 4 straight hours.
Yeah, 4 straight hours. That's exactly right. You see, the world always stops. We kid about it up here when Boston and New York go head-to-head, the Yankees and the Red Sox. Final score, Boston 16, New York 11. That was Beckett against Burnett to start.
And time of game?
Let's give it a look. That one is
almost
low.
5 hours, I'll bet.
Stand by. 4:21.
Oh, gotta love that American League ball. That's terrible. Nice.
Well, we look forward to breaking down that last matchup. By the way, in honor of the NFL draft being today, we have a draft question. I got to get your thoughts on that. Our Aflac trivia question. Which university has the most #1 overall picks in the MLB draft? Which university?
San Diego State. Ding. Okay. Here we go.
Here's Benji Molina. Good fastball late on that one as he fouls it off. In that game, Burnett went 5, gave up 8. Beckett went 5 and gave up 8.
Wow. 2 of the best in the business, too. Expecting a pitcher's duel and got him a good old-fashioned slugfest. Is it Purdue?
Purdue. No.
No buzzer or bell today?
No. It's broken. Topper on a slider, 1-2 the count. Robinson Cano had 5 RBIs and 10 total bases. Mike Lowell had 6 RBIs and 6 total bases. One and 2. High pop up. Is there room? Justin and Tony and Felipe all coming together. Tony can't hold on.
Yeah, Big Tony just stuck the big paw out and came up empty. He swung and missed. Looks like he's got a beat on it. And he just reaches out and comes up short.
Grand Canyon. I'm going to go with Grand Canyon.
Grand Canyon University? What? With Tim Salmon.
That's exactly right. Fouled off and into the seats it goes. Curtis.
Speaking of San Diego State,
remember
this name.
Speaking of them,
remember this name. He might be the first pick in the nation this year. Pitcher named Steven Strasburg.
Oh, read about him.
You remember that name? You heard it here first, folks.
Benji hangs around and pops it up. Triple digits, correct? I mean, well over triple digits.
Yeah, and he's averaging about 14 strikeouts a game and stuff like that. So
could be Arizona State. We saw that. Tried to go high, and Molina just continues to be a pain.
Well, teams that are they're perennial, or at least maybe not anymore, but teams like Texas, LSU. Those teams kind of come. Stanford.
How about
ASU.
Texas then? Let's go with Texas.
Hey!
That's a Stanford jersey.
It's a Stanford jersey.
Slider belted into the gap in left center field. Boy, did he just put it in down. Unbelievable. Benji into second base with a double. Fouled off great pitches to stay alive and committed to this breaking ball and killed it.
Center fielder Aaron Rowan.
He goes down to a knee and rips it into the gap.
So Molina continues what has been a fabulous start to the year. Came in hitting .333. Stopped by and chatted with Benji for a while yesterday. And he lost his dad last October. And his dad was everything to him. Gave up his professional baseball career to work in a Westinghouse factory in Puerto Rico and to raise his 3 boys. We know what they all do.
Gas.
Good fastball.
Well, that's exactly what he did to Rowan in his first at bat. Threw him 3 fastballs just above the belt and got 3 swings and misses. Make it 4 swings and misses.
Couple of hits for each one of these clubs. Scoreless ball game. 4th inning. Again. That's 5 in a row he hasn't caught up with. What do you think, Mark Grace?
I think you got to dance with who brung you. Another fastball. Just above the belt should do it.
The 0-2. My goodness. Huh. 6 fastballs, 2 strikeouts.
Just above the belt. And right by Aaron Rowan.
Don't forget, Kids Sunday every Sunday at Chase Field. First 5,000 kids to the game receive a free Webbkins puppy. Oh, that's a collector. Tickets to the ball game start at just $5. 602-514-8400 or visit dbacks.com/Sunday. Webbkins.
Yes, my children like them.
Oh, you have to. Fastball on the black.
What are you going to do with that, Darren Sutton?
Well, if anybody would try, it'd be this man.
Well, Sandoval can hit. I'm a fan.
He's starting to hit again. The average climbing north a bit. His last 7 games has 10 hits, hitting .345. Look at the dive on that pitch. That was a fastball, folks. And the count is 1-1. The University of Missouri, Max Scherzer, 24 years old. First year in professional ball in 07, 106 innings, 131 strikeouts in the minor leagues. They have come at every stop. 1-1. Bouncing ball. Felipe Lopez sends Max Scherzer back to the dugout with his mates. Johnson goes back to work, punches the clock to get back out there. Let's answer our Aflac trivia question.
San Diego State.
Which university has the most #1 overall picks in the Major League Baseball draft?
Aflac!
How about Arizona State? Rick Monday, Floyd Bannister, Bob Horner.
Center fielder, Chris Young.
Chris Young to lead it off.
Oh, that's Sparky.
No other team has 2, as that one is up and away. Young walked and moved into scoring position with a wild pitch back in the second, but was stranded.
Good pitch there from Randy Johnson.
Over the outside, and the count is 1-1 to Chris Young. He made 232 starts in a Diamondbacks uniform, 266 in a Mariners uniform.
Another thing of beauty right there.
As he buries that one inside. Won 130 games in Seattle, won 118 here in the desert. ERA here more than a half run better, though. Throws that one in. 2-2 the count. So that last pitch, 87. Let's see if he backlegs a slider with him here. He threw it, but he never got it there. Molina was set up inside.
And you can see Randy disgusted with himself. He had Chris Young set up for the slider down, and then he missed way wide with it.
He's walked 4 in this game, 5 in this game.
And yet the Diamondbacks can't get one across the dish. Another leadoff walk. Once again, speed. Let's see if we get the stolen bases going, Darren.
Well, you have the right guy out there as you take a look at the resume for Randy Johnson. Foregone conclusion, he's going to Cooperstown.
You sure?
Well, I've done a little reading leading up to this game, and I think he's got a good chance. His strikeouts per innings pitched, 10.67 per 9, #1 all time in the history of the game. Don't forget the Gila River hit and win inning. Hit the sign here in the 4th inning. A lucky fan watching on Fox Sports Arizona wins a jackpot of $130,000. $10,000 it goes up when it's unclaimed. Visit dbacks.com/hit-and-win. Randall Murphy, good luck. You're playing for $130,000. If you know Randall, call him. High with a slider, almost underneath that one, more than usual. So to Justin, the count is 1-0.
Randy's starting to miss up and out, and that's usually a sign that he's starting to fatigue a little bit.
Well, I got to ask you, Gracie, I've watched now for this game. You're Hall of Fame caliber first baseman, 4-time Gold Glover, playing off the bag like that.
Hated it. You're giving the pitcher a moving target.
Hard to understand, and that's where Ishikawa is, off the bag at first. Randy doesn't hesitate to pick. High fly ball. Deep left field. Goodbye. Wow. Take a ride on that one, Justin Upton. Off the facing of the second deck. Oh, my.
He didn't swing hard at that one. That's just a quick swing. Beautiful swing. Oh, my, did he unload on that one.
Goodness. A home run on his bobblehead night. And you could hear his teammates talking about it.
That ball was absolutely killed.
I guess it's almost an obligation when they give away your likeness in bobble form. You must homer. That one is high.
I don't think I ever did that. Did I homer when it was last year?
When it was Mark Grace bobblehead?
Yeah, with the broadcast. I didn't homer, did I?
You might have.
I don't think I did. Oh, enjoy them, folks. Enjoy them. Many more Justin Upton bobblehead nights to come.
Outside, 3-0 the count to Chris Snyder. Chris lined to left in the second inning. For Justin, his first home run of the year.
Didn't have one in spring either.
And just RBIs number 2 and 3. Oh, his bat is back. That's the good news. I mean, not there.
Well, yeah. He's missing the bat there.
You see, Scott Snyder delivered that one to the fan. 3-1. Not even close.
And I think you're seeing Randy fatigued. Yeah, the bullpen's going. I think Randy's starting to run out of gas a little bit. Dave Righetti going to come out and have a conversation.
Takes a long, slow walk to allow that bullpen to start turning it up.
Well, 7 walks, Darren. And this is a guy, when he's right, he has pinpoint control.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. 3 walks per 9 innings in his career, 11 strikeouts. Don't forget, tomorrow we'll be with you. Sunday afternoon baseball on Fox Sports Arizona. It is our Kidcaster Day for an inning at least, and it's always a family day on Sundays. Kane against Garland. Looking forward to that one.
Doesn't get any easier, does it?
Well, it doesn't. All right, Max Scherzer. A bit of respect for Max. Certainly an athlete, and he doubled.
I think you're bunting here, don't you?
Yes. Sandoval way in. Squares. Pops it up. Did him a favor there.
It's about the easiest play Benjamin Molina will have all year.
So now Felipe Lopez. He lined to first base in the first inning. Reached on a fielder's choice in the third.
Should have 2 base hits. Instead, he's 0 for 2. He's hit the ball hard twice. Really hard twice.
Thought about it, but he didn't, and the fastball is away. 1-0 the count to Felipe. And again, this was the last at bat. He got that hard comeback on a slider down. He shot it right back through the box, but Randy knocked it down. You see the 2 strikes in the middle. Randy straightens up, body language always easy to read. He wanted that one. 2-0 the count. He has 100 career complete games. He won't be reaching that tonight. High.
Yeah, Randy's starting to get frustrated with the calls by home plate umpire Jerry Crawford. You know he's frustrated when he flips the gum.
Not to the camera this time, though. That occurred last year, if you remember. On 3-0. Right down the middle. 3-1 to Felipe. Felipe 0 for his last 8 with a couple of walks in his last 2.5 games. Runner on the move, and it's fouled off. 3-1 Snyder took off. We told you Felipe had certainly his experience against Randy. Doing time with the Nationals, doing time with the Reds as well. 4 for 11 coming in. So he's handled it. Oh, I tell you, that moving target over there at first.
Well, it's also, as the first baseman, you're catching the ball on the move.
Trying to give your first baseman more range, obviously. That one bounces in there, doesn't matter.
Another walk.
Chris takes a huge turn.
That may be off of Randy Johnson. I'd be surprised if Boch is going to keep him in there.
It's pretty easy to read, isn't it? He has slammed into the wall, just exorbitant amount of walks. Randy Johnson, in all likelihood, is done in this game.
Well, trust me, we all know his name.
There's no doubt about that.
That's a picture of greatness right there. Quite possibly the best left-hander of all time. And that includes Sandy Koufax. That includes Warren Spahn, Steve Carlton, Lefty Grove. That's greatness. And please respect it.
Baseball brought to you by the top 3 power Chevy dealers in the Valley. Arrowhead, Brown & Brown, and Superstition Springs. And by Triple Hop Brewed Miller Lite. Great taste, less filling. One fireballer, years gone by, going for his 297th win, one going for his first. Randy will not win for the 297th time. Max still has some work to do. Miller, the right-hander, goes to work. All-tell call to the bullpen. 4 appearances. You can see the work that he has done thus far.
So far, so good for Justin Miller. Newcomer to the Giants staff this year.
The 0-1. Augie, ground ball. Ishikawa out front. First. Not in time. Miller was off the bag. I tell you, the throw beat him. He just didn't have his foot on the bag. It's a good effort right there.
That's just a situation where the pitcher doesn't get over in time. He starts feeling for the bag, and you can see he misses it. Augie's foot gets there. Good call over there by first base umpire Tom Hallion. You wouldn't miss that one, would you, Tommy? But instead of an inning-ending double play, Darren, Mark Reynolds with an opportunity to add on.
A lot of first pitch strikes tonight for Max Scherzer, and for Randy it was a struggle. 7 walks.
Only to this point, though, 2 runs, Darren.
I know. You want more than that.
And, you know, this is one of those games that feels like it should be about 5 or 6 to nothing. Instead, it's only 2.
Randy's career high in walks is 10. He did that twice. Last time he walked 7 was 2000 at St. Louis. 5 2/3 in that game. 5 runs, 7 walks. It's been a while. Miller, you might remember him pitching for the Florida Marlins. A busy man a couple of seasons ago.
Fair.
62 appearances. ERA in the 3s. Torrance, California native out of L.A. Harbor Junior College.
And underneath that uniform is a lot of ink.
That's what I thought. I was going to ask you if that's the gentleman.
That is the gentleman. He is one of those guys that's pretty much every ounce of his body is tattooed.
Well, we're no strangers to that now with the new look Diamondbacks.
Man.
The 1-1 is high. 2-1 the count. You have Bobby Korecki, John Roush,
Ryan Roberts,
Felipe Lopez.
Felipe.
Oh, Chase Field Inc. Good show.
I didn't know Bobby Korecki had a bunch of ink.
Oh, yes, sir.
I need to get in the shower with those guys a little more.
Broke his bat. A little roller. Look at this spin. Reynolds. Oh, he got him. Slams the helmet down. And he is out. Here comes Bob Melvin. Nothing wrong with that passion. Here comes the skipper.
That's unfortunate break for the Diamondbacks. They don't get the benefit of the call. It's good to see. I'd like to see more of that. It takes a hit away from you and an RBI away from you and your team. Yeah, you get a little upset. There's the call. Bang. And the point right there, that means that's a $100 fine for Mr. Reynolds.
Okay.
He'll be getting a letter in the mail from Mr. Seelig or Mr. Watson. Payable to MLB.
Tom Hallion made that clear.
Like I said, I don't mind that. I think we'd like to see a little more of that, wouldn't you?
Yes. 1-2 the count. Scherzer against Randy Johnson. It's now Scherzer against Justin Miller. Fastball in, a good pitch. We'll do it again. 1-2 strikes the count. Max 12 of 16 first pitch strikes to get things going. Popped up, Long run. Reynolds. Good effort. It's a fair ball. Tumbles hard a couple of times. And right behind him, getting it back in, is Eric Burns. Good effort there by Mark Reynolds.
Well, you gotta love it. The effort's there. Just can't come up with it. And that's, unfortunately for Max Scherzer, a fair ball.
So now Emmanuel Burris. And a reminder, as you pointed out, Gracie, Randy's gone from this game. It's still just 2-0.
Just 2-0. It just seems like it's about 6-0. But Diamondbacks have left a lot of fellas on base today.
Already 7 left on base through 4. You talk about the walks. They had the 7 walks handed to them. Max in his last 8 starts, an ERA of 2.72 dating back to last year. High fly ball and a slider sends Justin back to the track where he's got room. So Scherzer records the first out, and with regard to his line, 4 1/3 now with 3 hits allowed. As we mentioned, for Randy Johnson, a very hard to explain night. So you can see the comparison between the two. 7 walks. Only 1 of the 7 walks scored. .90 low, 1-0 the count. Andres Torres came on and played center field when the move was made to bring Miller on. Torres is a switch hitter, homered against Scott Schoenweiss in San Francisco, right-handed. And that one is high, 2-0 the count.
Well, when your team scores you a couple runs and gives you a lead, you don't want to give out any freebies. You got to make them earn it.
Scherzer was drafted originally in 2003 by the Cardinals out of high school in Chesterfield, Missouri, but went to Mizzou. By the time he was a sophomore, they knew he'd be a star.
Pretty good pitch, didn't get the call.
Matter having to reach back just a little bit, and I think even though it looked like it might have been a strike, that cost him, I think, the call. Big 12 pitcher of the year his sophomore year. Fastball is in.
4-pitch walk.
Mark McClune standing by. Big Mac, what do you have?
Yeah, more on Max Scherzer and going to Missouri. He told me yesterday in the clubhouse that there should be 4 guys from Mizzou that should be in the big leagues in the next 5 years. And I asked him how valuable his experience was going to college and not going to Major League Baseball out of high school, and he said it was absolutely the right decision. As you look around big league clubhouses, it's all college guys and first-round picks from high school. So college was definitely the right decision for him, and he'll recommend it to anybody.
Enjoyed his experience. Proud of Mizzou, no doubt. A proud alum, if you will. Right now, though, not worrying about that. Worrying about this in a 2-0 game. Single and a walk. Back to the top of the order, the dangerous Fred Lewis.
Just pours a strike in there to jump ahead.
Almost like that woke him up a little bit, huh? Lewis 6 for 16 this year against Diamondbacks pitching. In. And so the count is 1-1. And Max in those last 8 starts with the ERA of 2.72 is 0-4.
Doesn't make any sense, does it?
Very little run support, about, well, just a tick over 2 runs per game. The 1-1 outside.
Now you wonder if Max is starting to fatigue a little bit. He's starting to get a little wild out there.
Well, this is a tough time for it to happen. 81 pitches.
You'd hope not. Randy Johnson's 45. He's allowed to get a little fatigued at that age. Max still young, strong, and spry.
The 2-1. Outside. 3-1 the count.
And this is called asking for it right here if you're Max Scherzer.
Well, now you're talking about guys like Renteria, Wynn, Molina. You start sending them up there with runners on. Salty veterans. Never mind the fact that Lewis can hit.
Got to come down the middle if you can here. You got to throw a strike.
Mr. Lewis, here comes a fastball, and when you speak of me well.
That's exactly it. Hope you hit it to somebody.
Runners on first and second. They play Lewis the other way. There's a strike.
Beautiful pitch.
Nothing you're doing with that. I don't care what the count is. Yeah, Max in 9 of his major league starts has allowed 3 earned runs or less 8 times.
Runners on the move. Let's see.
Nope. And he went right back out there. Big crowd on Justin Upton bobblehead night. Congratulations. Nice showing.
Yeah.
They're dying to cheer a little
Long
bit more.
ball.
Outside strike 3.
That's as good as you can place it. I mean, just paint the outside corner right at the knees. That is a perfect pitch. Jerry Crawford rings it up. And a big comeback there. Down 3-1. Came back through strike, strike, and strike.
Chris Snyder did a nice job going out there and getting that pitch, locking it up as close as he could to the plate. And then umpires see the top of that catcher's mitt.
Now you got to go through one of the better clutch hitters the last 10 years, Edgar Renteria.
In to Renteria. He is a guy with already 100 RBI season in his career. He already has 2,082 hits. Clutch hitting has been his specialty for a long, long time.
Gas.
He did this last night. Career .299 with runners in scoring position. He's another guy that you don't always think of. Well, they got a couple of guys. He and Molina are big-time clutch hitters. The 1-1. Outside. Didn't get the corner there. And so the count is 2-1. Yes, for the native of Colombia, Barranquilla in Colombia. With no one on, 278, and then it spikes 21 points with runners on base and in scoring position. Runners on first and second. They play him the other way in the outfield.
Ran one right in on his hands. I think he might have missed a spot. When you run it inside an inch or two at 94 miles an hour, not going to do too much.
Crowd's starting to percolate a bit down below.
Trying to get behind Max. I'd love to see another big strikeout and another goose egg on the board from Max Scherzer.
Couple of runners on. The 2-2 pitch. Hanging around. Right back to the screen it goes. Pitch count at 90 for Max as he works here in the 5th inning. Go up and over 100. They will watch him certainly, but he can go to 105, 110.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's see if he can get through this one first.
Right now. Changeup.
Just hung on to it a little too long.
Well, now the count is full. The runners, better said, will be going. I would imagine Mr. Renteria readies himself for a fastball, I would guess.
Runners will be on the move, and I'm sure Chris Snyder's going to put down the index finger only.
3-2, 2 outs. There they go. Here it comes. Fly ball right. That'll get into the seats and be a souvenir. 94 miles an hour. Don't forget about the 10-pack by 10 tickets and any combination of games and seats for $120 plus. Get a $10 Fry's gift card. Call 602-462-4600 or visit dbacks.com. Put it together however you want. Top it off with a big old bowl of ice cream.
That's the way to do it. All right, Max, what do you got for us?
He's got the runners going. The pitch, drilled center field. Going back when it is young. Still going. Up and over his head and off the wall. Both runs will score. We are tied. And a man who hangs right around 300 in his career with runners in scoring position delivers again.
Well, just like that. Max Scherzer couldn't get that much needed third out. He went right down the middle, belt high. And Edgar Renteria just put a charge into it to center field. Goodness gracious.
All right, time to go back to work. Brian Price out there to talk with him. 93 pitches. Now the matchup we've been keeping an eye on. Wynn winning one battle against Scherzer. And Scherzer winning another with a strikeout last time out. And here they two of them go again. Slayton the left-hander. Korecki the right-hander.
Done just like that. Now Max is trying to hang on and not be the pitcher of record on the losing side. Well, just those opportunities early in the game that Diamondbacks couldn't cash in. Looming large as we speak, Darren.
Changeup, low. 1-0 the count to Randy Wynn. Two for 8 this year, Randy Wynn, with runners in scoring position. Outside, 2-0 the count.
Yeah, Max starting to fatigue as well. He's running on fumes. He's starting to push the ball a little bit, Darren, starting to sail up and out. Not finishing his pitches, as we say.
Trying to labor himself and give himself a chance to pick up big league win number 1.
Better be careful here with this 2-0 pitch. Yeah, he's tired. Falling behind just about every batter.
And this is something for Max as he grows and develops as a pitcher. Pitch count management. He knows, he's talked with us about it, will have to grow as well. 3-1. Max told us in San Francisco last week, we had him on the post-game show before he started. I know I have to pitch to contact. I understand that.
He's never had to. He's always been a strikeout guy. You know, a big-time strikeout guy. It's hard to change that mindset.
3-1. Lifted, left, well struck. Eric Burns going back into the triangle. Gone. A 2-run home run the other way. And in the third matchup between these two, Randy Wynn homers for the second time this year. And it's 4-2 San Francisco.
Yeah, unfortunately, a tired Max Scherzer with 2 outs in the 5th inning gave up 2 long fly balls for 4 runs.
So Randy Johnson will not win number 297. And unfortunately for the Diamondbacks, Max Scherzer will not win number 1 in the big leagues. Good fastball, helped himself with a bat a little bit. Electric, he got rolling twice on all fastballs, just enough to, with a 2-run home run off the ventilation there in the second deck, but then things started to get a little bit hairy. Edgar Renteria doubled in a pair, and Randy Wynn waited and waited and waited, took it the other way, up, over, and out. So it's 4-2. Bobby Korecki is on, and look at the numbers in our game summary. The count is 0-1 on Benji Molina. All right, a little beat we can dance to. Benji on the ground. Reynolds plays it back. That's a foul ball. All-tell call to the bullpen, as you can see. You're talking about Benji and the tragedy of losing his father this past fall. And his mom Gladys, I said, how's she hanging in there? And Benji said, she's with us boys. One to another to another. And that one is hit hard and foul. As a matter of fact, that big Boston, New York series, Jose Molina, the older brother, Jose Molina, has mom. And then Benji will take her for a trip or two and take her home. He said, that's our job, to not allow her to be alone right now. That surprise you about those three?
No, not at all. Three of the most wonderful human beings you'll meet. Good for the game. Good for wherever they play.
Of course, Yadier plays for St. Louis. I'm sure she'll be heading over to Busch Stadium a lot as well. Travels a tribute to his father in his locker. Some great pictures. The 1-2. Hard ground ball. Reynolds flags it, recovers, got time with Benji running, and he shoots it on a cross in time for the out. What a huge inning for the Giants. A couple of minimum batter scoreless frames in the second and the third, but had to grind in the first, grind in the fourth, and the fifth. Disastrous for him. So it's time to go back to work against Justin Miller.
And as far as Max is concerned, he's got to get to work on that stamina. If you're going to be a starting pitcher, you're going to have to get fatigued later than the fifth inning. But prior to that, it was pretty impressive.
So TC flips it on around and bats left hand. Miller misses high. 1-0 the count. Nice breeze blowing around the ballpark tonight. Tony's walked a couple of times. Did that against Randy Johnson. And the count is 1-1. Talked about tomorrow. Matt Cain against John Garland. And Monday, Ted Lilly against Dan Herron. Tuesday, Carlos Zambrano, Yusmeiro Petit, as that one is in. And Wednesday, Ryan Dempster, Doug Davis. The Cubs are coming to town.
Cubs are having trouble scoring runs themselves, Darren. .88-mile-an-hour fastball right by Big Tony Clark.
That's a man sitting next to the left side of Max Scherzer, John Garland, who is all about pitching to contact. Different style pitchers, no doubt. Not a bad guy to bend his ear once you come out of the game.
Not at all.
Yeah, that mind of the man up top that just walked out of the shot, Dan Herron. Pitcher's mind, certainly. That's a good shot right there, though. It's good stuff. Got him with a breaking ball. Strike three. Well, trying to get some runs tonight. Trying to get some runs certainly for Dan Herron. We showed him a moment ago. And he finally, a little bit of help in his last time out. Run support 1.04. What a year it's been. But Mark Grace.
Yes.
Here's Eric Burns. See if he can get it going. As that one misses away. Of course, John Garland will be working tomorrow against Matt Cain.
It's not going to get any easier tomorrow.
Oh, no.
Matt Cain, one of the best young arms in the game.
We all know that Cain is able. And there's our Miller Lite What's
You've been waiting at least 4.5 games to drop that one.
Eric Burns, high fly ball, deep left field. Lewis to the wall. Out of here. A little bit of life for Eric Burns in his last 4 games, 5 hits, 4 extra base hits as well.
Let's take a look at what he gets. Fastball right down the middle, and he clobbers it. Just into the bullpen. He knew it when he hit it. And just like that, a 1-run lead.
Told you to perk up, Gracie. He was coming.
You did. So you know those things. That's what makes you the soothsayer you are.
Bit of a snake charmer.
Well, is there any pun intended there?
Not at all with the Diamondbacks. Oh, my goodness. Pablo Sandoval. Go ahead and think about making a turn. A hot shot off the bat of Chris Young, who now has been on 3 times tonight. I'm assuming that's a base hit.
That's got to be a base hit. That ball just undressed Sandoval over there.
Right fielder, Justin.
You see, that's a bullet, and they gave that an error.
That's ruled an error.
Are you kidding me?
Oh.
No, that's a terrible call. We'll talk to Rodney about that, because that needs to be changed.
Here's Justin Upton. Homer against Randy Johnson last time up. See if Chris is off to the races. 4-3 the score. So much fun looking out at the bleacher seats in left field and how deep they go. When you get all the way up and over all the bleacher seats, you've done something. That's what he did.
Really far homer.
That one is away. Watch it as it sails up and over each and every row, and looks like it got the ventilation duct.
Well, let's see if that's the spark Justin needs.
How about something to right center? The 1-0. 2-0 the count. Threw him a slider there. Well, we've got a good one. Glad you're hanging out with us tonight. Both starting pitchers. We spent about 17 hours in production preparing for both starting pitchers. They're both watching on television now like the rest of you.
Yeah, it wasn't quite the matchup we got 5 days ago, was it? Nice break. Was that a changeup or a breaking ball? Whatever it was, it was nice.
I think you wrapped the slider a little bit, got on top of a breaking ball, almost turned it over. Let's see, though.
I think you're absolutely right.
Mike Marshall, screwball.
Like a backup slider or a screwball, yeah. Fernando.
Speaking of Fernando, his former team, the Los Angeles Dodgers, leading the Colorado Rockies 6-5 in the 6th inning. They've got a little slugfest heating up. They knocked Ubaldo Jimenez around. Jonathan Sanchez warming in the pen. The 2-1. Breaking ball out there on the corner, 2-2.
Generous outside corner there from Jerry Crawford, much to the displeasure of Justin Upton. Like to see Chris Young on the move.
I think Mr. Miller was thinking right along with you. Upton, in 25 games against the Giants in his career, has 16 extra base hits. Most of his hits against these Giants are for 2 bags or more. Outside, disinterested. Young stays put. Well, now the count's full. Would imagine he's gone, even with 1 out.
That's the thing. You've got a guy in Justin Upton that can swing and miss. But I think you show a little confidence in Justin right here. I say you put him on the move.
A little bobble rally.
Shake, rattle, and roll.
High fly ball, well struck right center field. It'll die out there, though, with the glove of Andres Torres. Justin took a shot at right center field, but the ballpark held it easily. And so now with 2 outs, chance to extend the inning. Chris Snyder is called upon. Chris walked in the 4th inning, line hard to left against Randy Johnson in the 2nd. We got a Connor Jackson sighting on deck. It is Kojak.
Sure is. Tifus must be feeling a little better.
Those are my teeth, by the way. I don't know if you heard that.
Didn't sound too pleasant to me.
No, I didn't think so. He'll make anybody feel uncomfortable. He threw one at Connor's teeth when he faced him in San Francisco. That's kind of a stretch, that sound effect, you think?
Well, I'm just glad Kojak's Tifus are feeling good. It's tough to play with painful chiclets.
Yes. Or chicle.
And that too.
1-1. Runner goes. Gets a chopper over to his own dugout where it sticks there. So Young hits back, maybe to run another day. Oh, that salt on the hat. It's just plain old-fashioned sweat and work right there on that hat. Because that looks like, you know, the big leagues, they'll give you another hat if you want it. That's like the high school hat. He doesn't want a new hat.
No. Might have a lucky hat.
That's exactly right. Going to pick off throw from Miller. Snyder straight up defensively in the outfield. Infield maybe a step or two to pull a lot of room to the right side on the infield, but rarely on the ground does it go that way.
Good to have this one in the bottom of the fifth.
Already.
Chasing the Yankees and Red Sox.
No chance, my friend. Runner goes, 1-2, high drive to the gap in left center field. Andres Torres is there. He is there, and he makes the play for the out. They get one back. Eric Burns goes large.
Don't respect the game, and I've always been a really big believer in it.
Talking about the 10th inning, brand new show tomorrow at 4 and 10 in high def on Fox Sports Arizona, the premiere of Diamondbacks, the 10th inning. Chip Bale, of course, his experience as a finalist for the Mariners manager's position. And once Bob Melvin saw that there would be, in fact, a change with a pinch hitter, Nate Shearholz, he went out, made his change. We'll step aside. cam tonight. The eye in the sky, if you will. The man upstairs. And Doug Slayton goes to work. All-tell call to the bullpen. Opponents hitting .308, ERA of 6. Weird thing has happened as Nate Shearholz digs in. Small sample size, but lefties are 4 for 8 against him this year. Righties 0 for 5.
This game just doesn't make sense sometimes, Darren.
It's a good pitch, though. Good sharp breaking ball just outside. 1-0 the count to Shearholz. Went to college, junior college at Chabot Junior College across the bay in Hayward. Same school that produced Dick Tidrow is where Shearholz went. Or Chabot Junior College. Either one. Appreciate their athletic department calling me there quickly. Get me on the straight and narrow. On the ground, and Chabot into center field.
Well, the lefties continue to have success off of Doug
5
Slayton.
for 9.
Just a slider. He just rips it right back up the box.
Well, at some point, Doug Slayton might need some signs. I don't know if I've told you folks that. Some Doug Slayton signs, maybe lift his spirits. So
make him fare a little better against lefties.
Hey, if it helps. I don't know if I've talked about that yet this year. Topper out to Reynolds. Gets moving. And in time for the out, throwing out his counterpart there.
One thing about Sandoval, whatever happens, it's happening quickly. Whether it's a hit or an out, it happens within the first pitch or two.
And he's already seated.
Yeah. Got his glove on, ready to go play defense. He's already had a drink of water. He's already got to put his bat down, his glove down.
Had a brief counseling session already with his hitting coach.
Spoke with the hitting coach.
Pablo Sandoval out of Puerto Cabello in Venezuela.
Hey, Darren.
Yes.
Bad news.
What happened?
Left-hander.
Oh, that's not good.
Got the right-hander out.
That's Travis Ishikawa. Well, as our good friend Kurt Zacher points out now, 5 for 9 left-handers against Slayton. Four runs, 6 hits, and an error for the Giants. 3 runs, 4 hits, and no errors for the Diamondbacks. That was Giants' 21st round pick in 2002 out of Washington State, high school there. Tony Clark. And
Doug Slayton
to the bag as he did get the left-hander. Oh, don't forget Mark Grace.
What?
This week, NASCAR on Fox moves to Talladega, Alabama. The super speedway. Kyle Busch, definitely my guy, tried to defend his title against a full field of the world's best drivers. Coverage of the Sprint Cup racing from Talladega, Alabama begins tomorrow at 10 o'clock in high definition, only on Fox.
Jerry Crawford picked up a piece of bat. And it's a fight by the Bat Boys. Who's going to get it? All right. Oh, always good to have the Brewer fans here.
They'll be hosting those D-backs on their way to the Midwest after the Cubs come to town.
The Crew involved in a slugfest in Houston. They're up 8-7 in the ninth.
Oh, they are, aren't they? To the right side, long run, just enough to that a foul ball, and I mean just foul.
Less than inches.
Whoa.
Take a look at what Tom Hallion saw. Yeah, by about a foot. You're right, Darren. Maybe less than a foot.
Well, it was.
Mere inches. Darren Sutton.
But you know, after
The NFL draft today, the 4th in inches will never be a problem.
Beanie
that one is a 1-1 count.
Beanie Wells, now a Cardinal. Stardom instantly.
It's going to happen, isn't it?
Oh, of course. Beanie!
It's a big day for you.
Well, it is.
Lifted, down the line, toward that curve it goes, and it's a foul ball.
He's just missed the right field line, just missed the left field line.
So Burris has grounded at the third, fly to right.
And when you're hitting a robust 143, Darren, that's kind of the way it goes, unfortunately. Those balls go just foul. Let's see if he can. Oh, he ended up getting one in there anyway, didn't he?
He did. The pitch up in the zone, in on his hands, but strong enough to drive in a huge, huge run. And that snaps it 0 for 16.
It's a pitch up. And yes, it jams him, but when it's up like that, Darren, those are those fly balls that just get over the infielders' heads. When they're down, they're ground balls and they're easy outs. But when they're up, they're hits.
Definitely a threat to run, and he draws a throw right away. Fred Lewis waits on deck.
Already here in the top of the 6th.
Almost half past the hour of 7 o'clock. On another gorgeous night in
Beautiful
Phoenix,
night.
Arizona.
And Diamondback hitters are going to have to get a little more hitterish as the Giants extend their lead.
Let's see if they can hurry it there. Nope. Stolen base.
And just a poor throw from Slayton over to first baseman Tony Clark. He had no chance. Just about any other first baseman, that ball is going to sail over his head. That 6'7" frame. I was able to snare it, but then nothing he could do.
5 stolen bases for Emmanuel Burris. Here's what you're talking about a moment ago. Boy, was he flying. And you mentioned that high throw, but he was like a rocket. Just don't try to steal home.
That was a bad idea.
Pitch is called low. 2-0 the count to Andres Torres.
Really, Bob Melvin, on nights like tonight when you've got Max Scherzer, on nights when you got Yusmeiro Petit, both 5, maybe 6 inning guys, you're really going to have to get some production from the middle of your bullpen. You're going to have to get production from somebody besides Chad Qualls and Tony Pena. You're going to have to get it from John Roush. You're going to have to get it from Korecki, Slayton, Gutierrez, and you're just not getting it thus far. And it continues here tonight.
Pitch is high. Ball 4, as you mentioned. The Diamondbacks' 25th best ERA in Major League Baseball at 6.10 in their bullpen coming in.
And this just demoralizes your defense. It demoralizes your position players. Eric Burns hits a home run to get you a run closer. And then you give up a 2-out hit for an RBI, and then you walk a guy. You make a poor throw on a stolen base attempt. It's just easy to get on your heels in this kind of situation when you got a guy out there walking people, and giving up hits.
Paging Tom Gordon. Big Mac, what do you have, my friend, on Flash?
Let's put him on the space shuttle and get him here.
You're right.
He was actually in the clubhouse today, and I had a chance to talk to him at length, and he was just really glad to walk into the clubhouse, and he should be activated on Monday for the Cubs series. He actually completely messed up his elbow last year in Philadelphia, never thought he was going to pitch again. Went home for 7 weeks, but he went ahead and had surgery in October and was throwing off a mound down there and said that he's able to see his fastball, so he should be back on Monday. Guys?
Good stuff, Big Mac. How about Sunday?
Tonight?
Big swing, and the count is 1-1. Paging Tom Gordon. I don't know where that came from.
Tom Gordon, did I just hear that? Did he get paged? Okay.
The 1-1. Pitch is high, 2-1 the count. So Slate scuffling. By the way, bullpens that are having a good go of it. How about the Seattle Mariners bullpen so far this year? A 1.95 ERA.
That's how you win baseball games.
As a pen, every one of them.
Golly.
2-2 the count. Best in the National League, folks. The San Diego Padres.
Mm-hmm.
And at even 3.
Clean shaven when the game
I
started.
knew that was coming.
And a full head of hair.
2-2, 2 outs, couple of runners on. Fred Lewis continues to do what he does so well. He usually sees about 5 pitches per plate appearance, just under. Most in the National League. His teammates like Molina and Rowan and Sandoval, they don't see many at all, right around 3. Full count. We'll do it again. And how about the Angels, Mark Grace?
Yes, what about
the highest bullpen ERA in the game at 7.4.
That's bad. That's really bad.
That's been a team.
For a good team, too.
Mm-hmm. It's been a team that really hasn't had an Achilles in a long, long time.
And they've been through a lot early in the year.
You bet.
Something you wish no team would ever have to go through.
And it has its effects. 3-2. Putting it on him. Pitch number 8 about to come home here in just a moment. Yes, you have Fred Lewis at 4.7 pitches per plate appearance. Benji Molina, 3.2. There you see the league average.
Makes you work.
Turned into a nice ball player out of Southern University. In the SWAC conference. I believe Southern's in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
I bet you it's in the South.
It certainly is Southern. Pitch number 8. Couple of runners on. 5-3 the score. Breaking ball. Got it. Attention. Paging the Diamondbacks offense. Paging the offense. Brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Low fares, no hidden fees. And by Blimpie, America's sub shop. Now time to go back to work for these Diamondbacks. Pitcher's slot, which means an opportunity for Connor Jackson, feeling a bit better.
For San Francisco now pitching, batting first, number 57.
The left-hander, Jonathan Sanchez, who as a starting pitcher had some good luck in beating the Diamondbacks at the beginning of that series. Even better than good luck, good stuff as well.
And that's time to go to work if you're the Diamondbacks. Got to find a way. You got to will yourself to win this game. You got to dig deep.
Connor takes a strike over the inside corner, 0-1 the count.
I mean, really, you're only down by a couple of runs. You got 12 outs left. Just got to make it happen. Will yourself to win this ball game.
Pitch is high. Wynn moves to left field. Randy Wynn. Shearholtz is in right field. Then again, the pitcher spot for Sanchez is the number 1 slot, leadoff. The 1-1. Topper. Connor called upon there. He has a really nice career against Sanchez, but that time Sanchez got it. So 1 out. Here's Felipe Lopez. Felipe got the good news in 1998 that he was the Blue Jays' first pick. Lake Brantley High School in Florida. Grew up in Bayamon in Puerto Rico, and he takes strike 1 from Sanchez. Well, Jonathan in this relief role, this is interesting to watch, really turning it loose.
Going hard.
Yeah, you bet. Figuring I got a couple of innings, let's go for it. A little bit different than a starter.
Let's let it fly.
Felipe slices that one and hugs the line, heading to the corner. It's gone. Up off that foul pole, and a ground rule double since it hit the pole up and over the wall. I tell you what, you talk about picture perfect hitting.
Go with the pitch, and don't flip it to right field. Drive it over there. Ground rule double. And this is out over. He just drives it over there. On a hop off the pole. And a runner in scoring position for Augie Ojeda.
Augie with a chance to pull his club a run closer. Switch hitter bats right-handed. And he tries to do the same thing. Shearholtz at this time has an easier chance. Lopez tagging, heading to third, and he is in there. Standing up. 2 outs though. Well, now Mark Reynolds. He struck out in the first inning, lined to third, and grounded out to second in the 4th inning. The Sheriff. How about a little law enforcement right here?
Oh, boy, he took a fastball right down the middle.
And on 0-1 in that time. 1-1 the count to Mark. Had him out front on that pitch. Backed off a little bit. 1-2 the count. Rick Shue talking about the feet of Mark Reynolds, something that in spring training he Just calm down, simply put. Mark is a tendency, Gracie, and you can explain this better, to keep those feet moving too early. Get him jumping towards the pitcher.
Yeah, just get over anxious. You got to let the ball come to you. You don't need to go get it. It'll get there. It's like water skiing. Let the boat pull you out of the water. You don't need to pull yourself out. Well, he got one down the middle and took a good rip at it. Fouled it back. It's not bad there.
Got the little toe tap, doesn't he?
Tap.
It's like a timing mechanism.
That's
is that what it is?
Did, yeah. I
did
did
you?
The same thing, yes.
Okay. So back just a bit and then forward?
Yeah, just a timing mechanism.
The 1-2. Breaking ball overthrew it. 2-2 the count. John Roush, who took a step in the right direction yesterday. Juan Gutierrez warming next to him. Two. Fouled that one back.
That one got in on him a little bit, but once again able to fight it off.
Couple of home runs responsible for all 3 runs for the Diamondbacks tonight. Outside corner fastball and a beautiful pitch. Reynolds frustrated. Nothing you can do about this, though. Pitch right over the outside black. Leadoff triple, then he went to work and stranded that triple, Mark Grace.
We started throwing fastballs in. Leadoff triple and then fastball in, pop up. Get used to seeing this, folks. Fastball in, pop up. Now for a lefty. Fastball in, pop up. That was good to see. He needed that, something fierce.
Last night against the Giants, overall it's been a tough go of it this year, and so as Gracie was talking about, trying to take a step in the right direction, and now in this situation, down by just a pair, here we go. This situation you talk about, so important to keep it right here at a pair. Here's Edgar Renteria. Drilled center field. Young going back on it. He's got it. Hovering some ground, Chris Young.
1 pitch, 1 out. Nice job by Chris Young tracking that one down.
That one did not get the inside corner. Got a lot of home plate. And so now Randy Wynn. Wynn had, I guess you'd say to me, a unique homer. You know, to wait as long as he did, to generate that much power on it.
Nice breaking ball in the outside corner.
And here Chase Field, it's just something about his comfort. His career hits .354 here, an on base of .400, and he slugs almost .650. Topper out front. He backed off. Was that a changeup?
No, I think that was just a fastball that had some late dive away.
Good pitch.
Got him to roll over on it. Well done.
Catcher Benji Molina.
Watch the ball just get some late tail away, and you can see Wynn stuck his fanny out, and all he can do is hook it to the second baseman.
And now Benji Molina. Or Benji Bam Bam Molina, as we like to call him up here.
I know I do.
1-0 the count. One of the better nicknames.
Well, it is. I like using it.
Action in the bullpen. Bob Howery, the veteran, going to work. In.
That one will get your attention.
2-0 the count.
The fastball just runs up and in. Get out of there, Bam Bam.
He held up, did a nice job. Two and 0. Slider.
Well, you know Benji wasn't going to take that pitch after getting one up and in. He was going to try to hammer the next one.
Well, Benji doesn't take many pitches.
Yeah, it's a no passing zone.
Ground ball to third. Reynolds, a nice job on a bad hop as it flattened out, and another solid frame for the big fella, John Roush. That's how you do it.
Post-game show, Jody Jackson and Ken Digger-Phelps. Ken, good to see John Roush with another strong outing there, and if this bullpen can keep it down, you hope the offense can claw back into this game.
Well, they're only down 2 runs and still have some chances left. Let's hope that the offense comes to life and, you know, the D-backs pull this one out.
Let's hope they can do it. Guys, back up to you.
No doubt about that. Certainly looking forward to a rally, a couple of more chances at it as we move to the bottom of the 7th inning. Forward to Jody and Digger here a little bit later on. Bobby Howery gets the assignment for San Francisco. And this is a gentleman that's been at it a long, long time. A heavy slider, and he's always had it. Throws pretty darn hard, too.
Still does.
Big fella, Bob Howery. 6'5", about 2 1/4. Nearly 700 appearances in the major leagues.
Whoa. Running in there with a purpose on Big Tony Clark.
Alltel call to the bullpen. Opponents have gotten their fair share of hits, but the ERA at least manageable. And he only has 2 walks in 5 2/3 innings. Tony Clark diving play, up with it, and leading Howery in a fine job there.
Well, that's how you win baseball games.
Ishikawa.
Big 2-out hits and big plays. Well, that's just outstanding.
And so now Eric Burns. Homered in the 5th inning. Grounded out in the 3rd and popped to 3rd. Line drive, hugging the line, fair ball, Burns on the move. It's been a nice couple of days for Eric Burns, I'll tell you that right now. Another extra base hit. As a matter of fact, for Eric Burns, in his last 4 games, he now has 5 extra base hits, 5 of his 6 hits. And now Chris Young walked a couple of times, reached on an error in the 5th inning. A ball that undressed Sandoval.
Well, awful. That was an awful scoring job.
They haven't changed that yet. I thought they might have.
It's awful.
Oh, 1 to count.
All right, Darren. Who's it going to be? Who's going to be the guy to break the doldrums for the Diamondbacks? Is it going to be Chris Young right here, or is it going to be somebody else? Who's it going to be to get the much-needed big hit? One that's been missing pretty much all year.
I'm going to take Chris Young.
All right. It's going to be, you're calling Chris Young. All right.
0-1 the count. Outside, 1-1 the count to Young.
Chris Young it is. Oh, Chris.
Chris, it's been a tough go. 3 hits in his last 27 at bats. The 1-1. Breaking ball high and inside. 2-1 the count.
Well, got himself back in a fastball count. Let's see if Bobby Howery goes with it. We all know Chris Young can hit a fastball. He can hit a fastball a long ways. Let's see if Howery throws him one.
2-1. 1 out.
Now he stayed with the slider and missed again with it. Chris Young representing the tying run. Nice to see John Roush have a nice clean inning, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a couple in a couple of days.
Yeah, keep his team in the ball game. That's what his job is. He did it well tonight. Keep your team, keep the opponent right there, and have a quick inning. Get the boys right back in and swinging the bats.
Burns at second to 3-1. Buried the fastball in.
Boy, he got a pitch in the middle of the plate and did nothing with it.
Nice communication there. Torres makes the play. And so Young is erased. A bobblehead night homer as part of our Chaz Roberts cool play. And so now Justin Upton, the young man that just a moment ago, if you were listening closely, I said would come through with the big hit here this inning.
Oh, Chris Young got a good one to hit. He worked so hard, laid off all those pitches to get to 3-1. Oh, and then got the fastball he was looking for in the middle of the plate and was tardy. That's frustrating as a hitter. You work that hard to get that pitch, and then you don't do anything with it. Gas right down the middle.
0-1 to count. Got the rally cap on. The built-in, good-looking rally cap there.
Somebody needs to get the big hit. Is it going to be Upton?
Yes.
Like you said. Won't be Upton.
Nope. If Ishikawa can get there, it won't be. He does, and it isn't. So 5-3, the score remains. 6 more chances with regard to outs for the Diamondbacks. Good news. Yes, I heard about that.
Full-time season ticket holders will have the best opportunity to purchase All-Star summer ticket pass packages. Wow. How am I looking? Buy season tickets today by calling 602-462-4600 or visit dbacks.com. Did you know the All-Star game was going to be held here at Chase Field in 2011, Darren? And while they're throwing it down, full-time season ticket holders will have the best opportunity to purchase All-Star summer ticket packages. Buy season tickets today, calling 602-462-4600 or visit dbacks.com.
That was very Dan Herron of you.
Yep, I doubled up.
You stayed stubborn.
That's right. I was very stubborn.
Well done. Well done. Nate Shearholz against Scott Schoenweis. Scotty gets the call, and the left-hander goes to work. ERA this year of just over 3.18. In. Now one is fouled off. 1-1 to count off the bat of Nate Shearholz. Scott's last 3 appearances unscored upon. As a matter of fact, bigger picture. He has only been scored upon once in his last 8. The 1-1. On the ground, and that's Felipe Lopez. Right up at his belt, he plays it. And Shearholz is erased. And here is Pablo Sandoval. Sandoval's interesting to watch, boy.
Oh, he's got all kinds of quirky stuff.
Just a moment before we popped in to take a peek at him. He gets out front of the batter's box. Does a little tap dance.
Oh, I used to love doing that before every at bat.
He can swing it, boy. Right out there in the field of play.
I couldn't wait to do that.
Switch hitter batting right-handed. And his teammates, as you can see, they call him Shoes, Pablo Sandoval.
I didn't know they called him that.
You bet they do. With kicks like that, make Fred Astaire jealous. 2-0 the count. Big swing, and those shoes tap dance around a bit again. 2-1 the count.
Oh, yeah.
See why they call him that, don't you?
Well, I do. I you know, he spent a lot of time down there. I didn't know they called him that, but now I see why. Fancy. Fancy pants.
2-1. Fly ball to right, those shoes on the move. Justin Upton is there to make the play for the out. Sandoval, as you said, does everything quickly, though. He's fun to watch.
He's a good hitter, good player.
Have a little fun with him there, obviously, but he's a good ball player. Oh, there's the sign. Thank you for the spell check.
There it is. Nice.
Oh, that's
I like
great.
it. I like it. Yeah, they spell check. How about that?
3 attempts, and that was well done. That one bounces in there. Shoes a bit frustrated with that last at bat.
Is that the first Shoes reference this year?
It is.
I think it is. Gosh, I missed that. Love the shoe references.
Should we bring him in? The 1-0.
Well, sure.
Folks, we nickname a player Shoes, and when we say his nickname is Shoes, it's technically not. But when the shoes are pretty flashy.
Yeah. Well,
usually,
it's more your thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I play right along, and I love it.
It's usually under, if you're under like a year or so of service time, that's really when it comes to the forefront. Fair enough?
Without a doubt. Usually young players just up, maybe a year. And if they've got the fancy shoes on, well, Darren gives them the nickname, and that's a nice job by Scott Schoenweiss. They don't call him Shoes.
No. They just call him Shanwi. Shoes. Back at the ballpark, our Nova Home Loans in-game box score. You can see some of the damage being done. A good night for Eric Burns. A good 3 nights in a row for Eric Burns, as a matter of fact. Good to see him starting to turn north. Justin Upton's one hit, a home run that touched the second deck and left. But still more work to do.
And you're starting to run out of outs. So it needs to start like right now.
Boy, good pitch. That slider must have been called away. Talked about the encouraging thing, and that's a couple of arms back to back in the bullpen. Throwing zeros up in that scoreboard. Roush and Schoenweiss.
Good to see. Schoenweiss straightening things up lately.
Yes. ERA in the 3s. The 1-0. 1-1. Slayton was touched for a run. Again, Max Scherzer went 4 2/3, gave up 4 earned runs. Randy Johnson went 3 1/3, gave up 2 earned runs, but walked 7. That pitch dives low. The 2-1. Swings right through it. 2-2 the count. Snyder line to left, walked and flied to center field. Two and two. Off the end of the bat and pops that one into the seats it goes. Chris batting in the 8 slot for the 10th time this year. He's batted 7th 2 times.
He just spoiled a very good pitch there by Bob Howard. Knee high outside corner. That's all you can do is just get in survival mode and try to shank it foul. Hey!
That is a rally hat.
That's big league.
2-2. Right there, strike 3. Poured in a fastball and a good looking pitch. Chad Tracy now. Randy Johnson, Max Scherzer. Certainly we were prepared for this matchup, and it didn't last very long. Max just hit the wall. Randy certainly did with the 7 walks. For a majority of the evening, he just didn't appear comfortable himself.
No, he didn't. He didn't have his good command. He didn't have his best stuff.
So we're going to step aside. How are we done? We'll reset when we come back.
I gave a letter to the postman.
Justin. Oh, Upton. 2-run shot, 4th inning off of Randy Johnson, but the long balls continue. Renteria belts that one, doesn't get all the way out of here, but it's a double. Then Randy Wynn right behind. That's a 2-run homer. And Eric Burns continues a nice 3-day run. For Burns in that time, he has 5 extra base hits. It's your game summary 5-3 if you're just joining us. Chad Tracy against Jeremy Affel. The left-hander. Lefty on lefty. Set the numbers for Affel. Making his 11th appearance of the year. ERA of 3.5. A little bit more on Jeremy. Mark McClune. Mark?
Yeah, real interesting article today in the San Francisco Chronicle talking about Jeremy Affel emailing a professor at the University of San Francisco named Dave Batstone, who's putting together a campaign to end modern-day slavery in Thailand. Now, Affel emailed him out of the blue and donated $5,000 to his cause. Says as a man of faith he needs to do more stuff like that, and is trying to get guys throughout Major League Baseball to get involved in this not-for-sale campaign. You can read all about it in the San Francisco Chronicle.
Good catch, Big Mac, and that's a great story. Good for him. Chad stayed back as long as he could, tried to drive it. Here's Felipe Lopez. Well, now down to 4 outs, these Diamondbacks. Heavy, right over the top of it.
That's a late dip.
Our score. Diamondbacks have stranded 10 base runners in this game. 0-2 the count. Lopez loads that back leg. Checked his swing and a breaking ball. Didn't go around there. Jeremy Affel, born right here in the Valley. Pitched for the Royals from 02 to 06, Colorado, Cincinnati last year. 74 appearances last year for Dusty. Hit hard on the ground, right to Edgar Renteria, down to 3 outs for the Diamondbacks.
Leave was like it's a 3 to 6 week deal whenever you strain your shoulder. We went on the 3-week side of it first, so now we're going to go with the 6-week side of it, and not going to do anything for a week arm wise. Take even strengthening and all that. We're just going to just let it rest, and then after a week really hit it hard again.
Some more on that in Quest Diamondbacks Live. Reaction from the skipper as well to follow up Brandon Webb. About 6 weeks. So we talk about it for another couple of days, and there's no sense in talking about it for about 6 weeks because can't help this club. This club needs to have help from within. Tony Pena can help out coming out of the bullpen. We'll certainly keep an eye on it, though, and it's your ace.
Yeah.
But extensive coverage after tonight, no longer needed. 2.35, a proud year for Tony Pena. 1 walk, Mark Grace. 1 walk.
No, he's been terrific. He along with Chad Qualls have been the 2 guys really all season long that Bob Melvin could say have been trustworthy. You've got to start throwing Scott Schoenweiss into that mix as well. Yeah, I don't blame you, honey. Been a rough night for D-back fans again. All these home games. Golly. Can't get them back.
No. Keep it right here for Mr. Pena. Hope for a rally in the 9th. Hope you get this home game back. 1-2 the count. Pretty good 0-2 pitch there to Andres Torres. Bounced a slider in there. And so the count is 2-2. Well, they're done in Denver, Colorado.
What happened?
The Dodgers victorious 6-5 over the Rockies.
Well, those Dodgers are taking the month of April to try to show people who's boss.
And that one is high. The Dodgers 6-0 at home out of the gates. They're on the road winning tonight. San Francisco with a win will get back to 500. That's ball 4. I would imagine they hold on. Be a nice little feeling for the Giants. I know the Diamondbacks would like to experience that feeling in the next week or so. That 500 mark. When you start to fall below,
they're going to have to do some really good stuff on the road in order to feel that. They want to let a lot of home games get away from them here in April.
Eugenio Velez digs into the box. Slider frame, but a lot of speed. Play just about anywhere on the infield. Fired over. TC couldn't hang on to it as he tried to pop that tag down. Oh, that slugfest rolls on in Houston, Texas, my favorite city.
Is it now?
9-8, Beer Town boys. Nobody out, bases loaded. Tucson resident J.J. Harding, Tucson native, Sabino High School, lives here in the Valley now. And continuing to work over there for Torres.
What else is going on in the National League?
Well, funny you would ask. Atlanta had a great day in Cincinnati. Tough day for Bronson Arroyo as he took one in the teeth. 10-2, Atlanta wins that one.
Oof.
Washington not able to put up much of a fight as that one is fouled off. Down the line it goes. And into the seats. Gracie, I do want to remind you to top off what you're talking about with the home games that you can't get back. You also step right into the teeth of this. That started yesterday. A lot of travel, a lot of day game after night games, a lot of time away. I actually think that's going to be okay for this club.
I think that's what they need, to be honest with you.
I really do. That part, I think.
I think sometimes during the season there's too much of a good thing. There's too much of sleeping in your own bed. You know, you come together on the road. A lot of camaraderie on the road. You spend a lot of time off the field. When these fellows go home, they go home to their families, as they should. That's the way you do it. But on the road, most of the time the families aren't there, so you go to dinner together. go to other establishments together. You build relationships. You talk about baseball. You know, you don't always talk about baseball with the family. You got more important things maybe to talk about, the home life. But you talk about baseball. You talk about how Randy Johnson worked me. You talk about how, hey, Bobby Howry, that 3-1 to you. You talk. I hope they talk about baseball. You can get better.
Slapped and a base hit into left field. No, I think you're on to something, and I think the unique setup for the Florida Marlins, the Tampa Bay Rays, and the Arizona Diamondbacks, in other words, having home and spring training within stone's throw where you might, my son's got a game, I'm going to race home.
Exactly.
Like a Scott Schoenweiss, you don't stay the night, you're back up, you're up and down I-10. Bob Melvin talked about you're up and down I-10. Then you come home, and so you're just up I-10. And I think it's a very good point. Spending some time away together. It's unique when you have spring training at home, essentially.
And this is a tight-knit bunch. They all get along. They all get – there's no cliques. There's no – but I just think it's going to be a good thing after this Cubs series to get these fellas away from home for a little while.
Jet Tracy echoed those sentiments before the game. He was talking about that. Hang in there. Rally cap on. We're going to try and keep it right here.
You got to stay within 2 runs, though. You can't afford to fall any further back.
Want to give a big thumbs up and a shout out to a good friend, Connor Murtaugh, threw a no-hitter today for Zona Baseball. Young man on the mound. His first ever no-hitter.
Comert, as the governor likes to call him.
Comert. You gave him a nickname. I like that. That's like Kojak.
Co-robber.
Oh, Connor Robertson.
Yes.
All right. So Connor Murtaugh, congratulations.
No, we had
a no-hitter.
We had a co up here last year as a kid caster.
Oh, we did. We did. Have no concept or memory of it, but we did.
Connor something. We'll find out who that was.
It was Connor Gubman. Scott Snyder wanted to point out co-robber, which you. Oh.
Is there an echo? Hello? Oh, it's always good to get Scott Snyder back from the Grand Canyon.
One and one. Off the end of the bat and seats it go. Oh, look at this. He also wants to point out Kojak for you.
Well, it's tough to get him away from his comic book.
Or his Twitter page that he's always working on. D-backs Booth.
He is the king of tweet.
Always peeking over our shoulders, troubling us, bothering us. D-backs Booth. The 1-2. Fouls it back. And, of course, don't forget to visit Fox Sports AZ on Twitter. Starting to understand how that all works, I think. A little overwhelmed. The young kids know how to do all that stuff. She knows how to Twitter or tweet or whatever it is. That's a good-looking glove and jersey right there.
Well, it is.
1-2. Bounces in there. 2-2 the count. All right, here we go.
Tony Pena has pulled a bit of a parachute on this ball game.
Edgar Renteria, that big double, belting that ball in the 5th inning, center field. Two and two the count. Snyder says, get it down for me. Probably a slider. No, a fastball. A little decoy there. I like that. How about that? He knows he's called for a high fastball, and he taps the catcher's mitt on the ground before it comes. So doing everything he can to keep his team in this one. 2-2. Little topper. There's one. Renteria reaches on a fielder's choice. Runners on first and third now with 2 outs.
There's that extra out you didn't get. You'd like to get that one turned and get in the dugout. Instead, you got to get one more big out, and that's the number 3 hitter. Felipe just threw it up the line. So Tony Payne is going to have to get that extra out, and that's the ever tough Randy Wynn.
I want to remind everyone as well, immediately following the ball game, quest D-backs live, and then don't turn the channel because we'll get Sunday's game started right after a break. Immediately after the post-game show. So we'll have starting lineups for you. Two outs.
Love that third to first move.
Now that's a lid right there.
That's a big time lid. Some good looking gloves.
That's a changeup, folks. 89 miles an hour.
Goodness.
Philadelphia was too much for Florida, 6-4. Take a peek at the out-of-town scoreboard. The 0-1. Slider.
Just missed.
Up? Is that up?
I guess. Looked like a pretty good pitch. Didn't get the call.
Win with a home run back in the 5th inning. It was his second on the year. He has 6 runs batted in. Outside. 2-1 the count. How about the Pittsburgh Pirates?
Well, they're playing well, aren't they?
Yeah,
they're getting some pitching.
9-7 start, getting a lot of pitching, and they are right now shutting out San Diego at beautiful Petco Park. 6-0 the score there. Cardinals at 13-5 as that one dives down and away as St. Louis slapped around the Cubs today.
Again.
Cardinals won 5 in a row, folks.
Well, we liked what we saw out here.
Mm-hmm.
They can hit. They can definitely hit.
Boston with that 16-11 win has now racked up 9 consecutive wins.
Boy, they were off to a slow start too. Not anymore. Gas.
3-2 the count.
As our old pal Harry Carey used to say, Randy Wynn was going for the downs.
Ooh.
I love that. Oh, there's a Cub fan. You're a little early, but come on back in a couple days.
Yeah, we look forward to spending time with you next week when the Cubs come to town, tomorrow as well. Big redhead section on Tuesday night. And Gracie's excited.
Promises to be big league.
Runner from first takes off, bouncing ball. And Felipe Lopez, one last chance. They keep it at a pair. 3 relievers in a row, throw up a 0. Come on, let's get some runs. Sums up, for Mark especially, what he expects from his team. He clearly was safe here, Gracie, but it's a reaction after.
That was a big momentum killer. Yeah, like I said, I'd love to see more of that. Get a little upset. Nothing wrong with that.
I think everyone would expect a franchise that has played all but 3 of their games at home out of the gates as Brian Wilson, our all-tell call to the pen, and is in danger of dropping to 6-11. I think you'd expect your team to be upset.
Brian Wilson, one of the better arms in the business.
Fastball is called in. His last 5 appearances against the Diamondbacks, Brian has thrown 4 2/3 innings and allowed 5 earned runs. One and one the count to Augie Ojeda. Those little leaguers with their rally caps on everywhere. Put them on at home.
We got ours on.
Got to try something, right? The 1-1. Augie, topper, middle of the diamond, backhand, and Burris throws in time for the out. Juan Uribe is now at third base, as he will take over for Brian Wilson.
It's tough to see the ball game with tears in your eyes, Darren.
I saw you bang your knee real good in the broadcast booth here.
Oh.
See if Mark can give you a reason to stand up and stretch it out here. Breaking ball, strike 1.
Is there crying in baseball?
No. Nope. 1-1 the count. The 1-1. In. 2-1 the count. Just got to get on, get some base runners.
Got to find a base runner. Somehow, some way. By hook or by crook, you got to get a base runner.
That's a young Gracie right there. Look at him.
Needs a rally.
2-1. 2-2.
96 with some cut. Yikes. Rally hats everywhere. I love it. Now just need a rally.
2-2 the count to Mark. Broke his bat. That'll start it. And that bat died a happy death.
He needed that. He had a frustrating night. Was the victim of a tough call over at first base earlier. Cost him an RBI, but there it is. Off the label. Bat breaks, but he is just so doggone strong that easily gets out there into left field for a base hit. And big Tony Clark with an opportunity.
Yeah, the right-handed batters have taken apart this man who's so tough on righties. 6 for 12, including that hit. Now a guy from the left side, and Tony Clark.
He's going to have to speed that bat up to catch up with the gas from Brian Wilson.
Wilson, that ERA at 1.35, has only given up 1 run this year. It's to the Diamondbacks. That one is high. 1-1 the count to Tony Clark. Breaking ball up, beauty. 1-2. Wilson last year had 41 saves, but did so with an ERA of 4.62. The 1-2 outside. Back out there with the slider.
He threw it right where he wanted to throw it. He was hoping Tony Clark might help him out there and chase it. Nothing doing.
The 2-2. Fastball, strike three.
What a pitch.
And last chance for the Diamondbacks. Our Quest primetime performer tonight, Eric Burns. 2 for 4 with the double and a home run. And another right-handed batter.
Need another base runner, Darren Sutton. Sure, a home would be nice, but you need a base runner.
The 0-1 outside. 1-1 the count. Arizona trying to avoid picking up a loss here and dropping 5 below to start the season. The 1-1.
Oh, what a pitch.
I think he knows the Diamondbacks have touched him up the last couple of times. He's pitching like it.
He is letting it fly, and he is hitting some terrific spots.
Arizona has won just 1 series. If they can't rally, they will lose. They had another series with tomorrow's game still scheduled. That pitch is outside. Series lost to Colorado, then the Dodgers, then St. Louis, then San Francisco, and a series win with Colorado, and now here are the Giants. Two and two. Bouncing ball and a Sunday hop. That will do it. And in their first 6 series, the Arizona Diamondbacks are 1-5 out of the gates. Tough start to the season for Arizona. We'll talk about it. Gracie and I with thoughts on the ball game, the pitching matchup, also an interview from the Diamond. Let's get that post-game show going. Better yet, roll the